As I learn the mods, it puts my saves at risk when I use them incorrectly, and I'm learning that too. So I don't know, maybe it's all a learning experience, and it sucks that I lost my progress, but... Take a 10-penny bet.
Last night, well, all that physical training seems to have paid off. I've got a completely new philosophy after losing those 2 days. I'm going to liquefy, and reading something on that forum, I'm going to liquefy everything that I have all the time. And when I need to make something, I'll just go buy the materials from, or no, I'll go, I guess I'll dump all my resources in the lodge.
But other than that, I'm gonna liquefy everything else that I get. Except for my guns. Because I think the items are part of this. I think the items start to kind of screw up the game too and make it not operate right and take it longer to load. So I'm gonna start liquefying to the vendor. Yeah, all that stuff at the lounge, what do I care about that? I guess I could go gather mats together if I needed to produce an outpost somewhere. So why carry it all? Why not just sell it to the outlaw vendor? I should go back to the lodge, but I mean, yeah, I'm in that town, so I mean that's cool.
Best not to leave anything useful behind.
This shotgun's really good. I should just keep using it. Maybe it'll drop an even better one.
So, what seems punishment becomes providence. A reminder we can never truly know the great serpent's design.
Oops.
Not the... I suspect... Tell me, though. Is the rest... is that right? Now, and your friend?
You need not mend.
Quite the bridge. Something I'm... down there... worrying. So... the preserver. But... for years... with... in exchange... the knowledge you have...
You have my word as well.
Well then... please...
Yeah, but anything not worth anything, I'll bust into materials. Gotta save it.
Let it...
No, that wasn't it. It was it just wasn't the right one. No, that's not right. Wasn't right. Aww. This one might be too hard. This one sucks. Just leave.
be used for good. we all be so lucky. It is. She has her own. I would not even. She must. The affairs of. It was told her. We. With my bread. House of our own. This was said. So. The great serpent. When our founder, the serpent.
Unlock that third reset. Let's.
Damn it, I have work that I've got to go do. Gotta go buy blend and neon, which is so annoying. I did that when I was drunk, so it wouldn't be so painful. Buying neon is so painful. Valrune storeroom key. Do you have it on you? You can't pickpocket him. I misuse the mods. It's not that I installed the mods. They probably don't break. They're achievement free, you know? Or achievement friendly, I mean. But if you misuse them, like I'm probably not supposed to warp out of that ship. And that probably breaks the save. So the Z terminals are working, but the warping out from the ship isn't. It probably works from the outpost, but it probably really doesn't work like anywhere on the ship. Or maybe I messed it up. I don't know. Maybe falling through the floor with the bed was a really, really bad idea. It might have been that. It might not have even been a mod. I might have found a bed glitch that borked my save. I don't know what it is. And I learned that keeping saves is just paramount, like paramount. I'm learning to just save with the slot too, because those saves probably load. quick saves probably get all jank and stuff. Am I going the right way? No. Can I just leave? I think I can. I can just leave, huh? It's a trap. Phone's ringing. Sorry guys, got a phone call there. Getting back on. Losing 2 days sucks, but at least I have my work cut out for me. Maybe I can do it like in the next 2 days a lot more efficiently than I did like the last 2 days. Trying to get this PvE out of the way to the next step. $50K on downtown right now, and I'm up 815. I'm gonna try a lover's speed on both races. Lover speed. Come on, number 6. Nah, I lost. That's okay, though. Or I don't know. She's picking up. Maybe. I don't think so. I lost this, but that's okay. It was a good bet. One of them won, so I was ahead. 10K. That's alright. Oh, there's a guy playing here with me, Fat Dan. How's yeah. Let's see. Let's place a bet for something saucy. This is the same bet again. I'll take something saucy on both. The more I play this game, the more I realize I should just straight through the story. I'm not here for the story, and that's okay, you know. 20K on something saucy. I'll take hell for weather. Try a bleep me, baby. There she blows.
Fancy armor you got. Almost.
Howdy.
There you are. Captain, Deputy told me what went down. Impressive work. Captain, if you'd be willing to transfer the documents to the Major, she and I have been discussing what comes next.
Gonna get some water. I'll be right back. all set. Okay. Sorry about that. Okay.
Time for us to start. So whenever you acknowledged and accepted. So with the Red Devils, though it's indeed. Then I guess we'll see, Captain, if you'll follow me.
Single player games erase your fucking progress all the time. It's so annoying. And for what? Because I placed the bed wrong, or I fucking warped out of the ship or something and it borked the save.
Follow me. This requires a little more pomp.
Excuse me.
Hello.
$20K on salt and sauce. Wow, during the day it's fucking beautiful. I just don't see how they say this game is bad. I don't think it is.
It is pleasing to speak. Thank you for... I am glad to see you. Indeed I do. It is over. It's a pleasure.
All right, Captain. Good. Please raise your hand. Captain, through service. Then, Captain, I'm here. We've also... Now, there's a member of the youth normally, and they've stated them. So I need... Let's hope it never comes. Head to the elevator.
$40K on crackers and please. Not bad, I'm up. 835. Crackers and please. 855. I'm up.
Are we at all surprised that the UC has such a massive space dedicated to secrets?
Proceed down the corridor. But there are no additional visitors permitted. Your friend's gonna have to wait out here.
Very well, I will wait. You go on.
I've done this so many
Nice
times.
chat. President Abeyo was, but now you face him, which is why I hope. I'm what most know. I was an act, but the previous, a sacrifice, even mine. Which, an effort, though I am, has she shared? Our relation. The Major was born of the universe, and I think, after some longing, helping them get, with quite a few, the names, and I'll tell you, there is a, like myself, if it dealt, when the colony, but I finally, I'm not expecting, bring me evidence. Good. According to mine, there is a, the woman you're looking for is a Captain Mark. I was told, while we come from, we are, the official charges. The first was the other was the city in it, and for doing what I was told the while we come from, we are.
$60K on Yellow Sunshine, 905, I'm up. Luck changed. Backers and Please has been on fire today. Let's see if I win again. Dream Shatter Evens beat me. To go Pretty as a Pistol. Break their shields, use the transporter, take over their ship, or return to your ship. Ah. That is cool. I think I want to turn on my hardcore mods and just see how it feels. Hi, kitty. Hey. You haven't seen me, did you? Hello, kitty. Hi, kitty. Oh. We're going hardcore and sleep to save. Hi, pretty kitty. Ah, you got your foot in my belly. You have to go to a bed to unlock save. And I also have hardcore running. Mud dragon.
Can't be wronger at 28 to 1. I'm gonna take a robocall. So in order to save my game, I've got a save injector after I go to a bed. And already the game feels better. Yeah, I bought these mods and I want to use them, yeah. $50K robocall. $9.35, I'm up. I think let us out. I don't know. Dancing shoes might be good here. Maybe we try dancing shoes. But it was probably let us out. Okay. Board. Oh, do I have to buy Skydrop flares?
I understand this station was once quite the luxurious place for UC military commanders. Based on what I see, I find that very hard to believe.
Looking to lodge a complaint? Oh, so. Orlays. Suit yourself, but they call it the war. Maybe this a part of Ether. Sure thing. Here, go get your man.
All those resources. No, I think you can stack all of those in the lodge. I just don't want all this stuff in my ship. Do I have to go dump my ship? I do. Or no, I don't know. I'll do it when I'm full. I don't think it was the... I don't think it's that. I think it's that... I put something in my ship wrong. Microaggression. They didn't want me to win that one. 925 Dexy Runner. Dexy Runner.
To be part of the team.
So on this ship right now, I need to know if I put that teleport. Yeah, I didn't put one down yet, and I believe that is borking my save. I think I figured out what it is. I was doing fine. The minute I did it, I crashed pretty much. So we don't do teleports out of the ship. I think that breaks Bethesda's code. I have a lot of stuff I've got to do here. Or I don't know. That's actually good, I think. But, you know, that we're fine. I had a lot of progress, and losing it really, really sapped my morale to play this game, which is annoying. $70K for Dexy Runner. I'm up. Nice, Dexy Runner. I didn't bet on the main.
Now fourth, it's the 2-horse.
Well, so I learned I do want to put a Z terminal down.
Stalking the leader is the number 2.
Pharmaceutical lab.
or what? Yep, and this thing, but I need aluminum. I like the idea of that teleport. I think it was me falling through the floor that was glitching this. Did I leave a bed up there? No, oh, I did. And I'm liable to fall through it, I think. Yeah, I'm liable to fall through it if I don't put it in the right place. So the bed... Or I don't know, this positioning of the bed might be okay. Let's sleep for 24 hours and find out. Take a dream. No, I want sweet relief. About to hit my 1,000,000 chips. That's good. Reach around town. I don't know. I think is a trap is going on. Level 2s. We're currently working on Amar. No, Galente. Wait, this is Galente? Wait.
The great serpent himself may have needed.
I think you took me to the wrong place. No, that's Amar. THC. Amar Empire. Snatch your mama. I'm gonna take Blue Dream. Blue Dream. I'm winning all of them. Nice. 9995. Take a crackers and please. Oh, at least I didn't lose my save. I lost 2 days, but I didn't lose the save. I'm gonna keep modding this game too. I'm gonna keep adding mods.
5x5, Captain.
Oh yeah, I slept. No, I don't know if the save injector. Ashta Tamer, Nova Disruptor, the Smart Gun and the Max Arm are the same thing, so I'm gonna put the Smart Gun on 6. Yeah, I don't need anything more than that Smart Gun, whatever, that's fine. Get off it though. I'm gonna change up my weapon. God damn it, you keep doing that. You can save during the next 2 minutes. Sleep to save. Oops. So then we go auto, A notes. It's an A. We get Save injector or whatever. What's it called? It's like save and quit. Here we go. I want save and quit on 9. I don't know. The Ashta injector is my explosives thing, but I don't think that I need the tranquilizer on my bar anymore. We're gonna go back and we're gonna switch up some weapons and stuff. So now I've got the save injector 9. I wait, I hit 9. You use the save injector. Your auto save has been successfully created. The game quits after you close this message. Choose continue for when you want to return for further adventures. So noted in the blackest sea. So okay, this is how you exit. Otherwise, you don't save ever, right? And then so you go continue from your last save, and it should be good. Hennigan Steed beat me. I'm up, and I kind of wish to cash out like 500K. But I don't know, like, what is a casino penthouse? Is it like $1.5 million in chips? Or do you have to save up like 6 million, I guess? I'm 1/6 of the way. I'm just gonna keep gambling, I guess. Salt and sauce. Feels better. I'm going into it like more informed and understanding what the problems are of doing this playthrough. I lost progress here, like fucking a lot of it, like 16 hours of drunken progress, but you know, So I don't have to use. Oh no, I guess I do have to use the bed. So now I can only save after sleeping in a safe place, yeah. And also, I can't use the save injector until I come back to a bed. So, okay, we're in hardcore mode. And now I want to worry about my crew designation. Andreja. Oh yeah, so on this ship, I suppose it doesn't really matter, but I do want Samco because she buys Jemison Outpost 1. So I wanna unassign you and put Samco. No. No, I want to assign Samco to this ship. Oh well. Undock now.
Ready for action, Captain.
I need to put down an outpost terminal, but I need aluminum. I wonder if I can get. I want to mess with it. I think falling through the floor. Now that I think about it, falling through the floor is what really screwed me. I wonder if I can use that gun habitat. Because it does cure your afflictions, which I don't really need. I think it was popping me out onto furniture. It screwed up my save. And I kind of want to try again. Undock. Oh, I got 2 stacks of metal ingots. Price went up on Mithril. I'm going to go back to doing copper and buying silver until the Mithril market goes back up. I don't really know why I'm stacking all this money. I just want, yeah, I want like leaping boots, like 2 pairs of leaping boots. I don't have sound. Yeah, just not engine sounds for whatever reason.
Endless void. Always this you've brought me. More scrap for the field. Savor your last moments, much more. Shoot them down.
All is well, Captain. All things considered.
Oh, he killed people out here, I guess.
Dr. D's rings. I'll take a robocall. Take a hell for weather. Oops. Oh, I lost that design I did with my letters. Yeah. I don't know, maybe it's better that I'm able to see. The old den. What's that? Repeat dentist.
Starship Frontier, this is United Colony Security. Maintain course and prepare to be scanned. Scan complete. You are cleared to land at New Atlantis.
I'll just have this installed once here into my C drive. Been thinking like I kind of run out of stuff to do on Grand Theft Auto that isn't annoying. I'm thinking about like playing Once Human in the background. I don't know, the AFK nature of Grand Theft Auto is pretty good. Constant brag. Starting to lose.
I have never quite been able to think of New Atlantis as home. I suppose I should.
So then it installs to the C drive.
friend has to stay here. Authorized personnel only. Your friend has to stay here.
Welcome back, Captain. Excellent.
Transfer accepted.
Would you look at that? Kept it all these years. Some simply couldn't let go of that old world. This is fine work. I can ensure the remaining team members find their way to them. That one you'll need. His name is Kaiser. The area was grounded, and I think you'll want to check in. Of course. We're protecting the galaxy, Captain. We'll need every tool at our disposal.
Authorized personnel only. Your friend has to stay here.
Greetings, citizen. Welcome to the UC.
I'm so excited to see Tony again.
No organics here. Valuable minerals, perhaps.
Wait, I have sound effect issues. Which indicates mod issues.
Ooh, writing in style, I see. Go buy more blend, which is a fucking hassle. That will take time.
wants to talk to you, if you are able. I'm here for you, should you need me. Before I say anything, I know that there is no press. I know. The point... do you seriously believe I do not want a fancy party? This is between you and me. I want to be able to. So, as...
Hardcore makes it feel better, even in the choices of how you loot. You're like, wait, is this stolen? Will I get the NPC aggroed?
Captain, welcome back. I was afraid you might have gotten... It should.
You've certainly earned it.
But it is real good to... These law. I completely... At this point... I'm sorry, are you? You found... Wait. That... Well, how? Getting Kaiser... But if he's been out... Come on. We've already made a lot of progress getting this place back online. Some of the containment chambers were a bit on the unpleasant side, but the facility staff made short work of that. Here, Kaiser schematics. Actuators, weapons, batteries. That old robot's been... It also got a... Now, where exactly? A battlefield. Oh, shit. That sector. Add to that. But I think there's... Yep. It's good a place to start. Come on. No. That's... They faked my entire... What was so... I'm sure they did. They faked it. So his... I guess it makes the UC... As long as I... You've got nothing because the UC... But even no... It's home. I had no one that old... Thanks to it. You and I. So I don't care. I refuse to let... Because there's nothing... So... Now, but if he had, so thank you. Now I'll make sure we're ready. Something else you needed?
Excellent to see you.
All right, take care of yourself out there.
There she blows in 905. I busted down. I was almost at 1 million. We'll do a getting hottie and then leave, I think. Oh, this drops, I'm just gonna pause it again. Sorry, guys. There we go. Should fix now.
Hello.
Sorry about that. Just trying to download Once Human. I'll wait.
Harry.
Reach around town again. No, I'm up and I'm gonna stop. I have to buy aluminum. Damn it.
Used to think I was Vanguard material. Till I discovered that space travel turns my stomach in knots.
Getting this equipment will be good for you and me. Well, look. Let me take a look. You and me, friendo. Stick together and we're going to make it big someday. You'll see. Take a look.
I've got money.
Hey, get you on the side.
Oh, I will download while I eat dinner. And I'll get Once Human installed. So I gotta check this bed placement to make sure it doesn't glitch me. I don't think putting a bed up here is wise. I think it's risky to do. I think it puts this save at risk. And I'm understanding that I want to move it. No, wait, what?
good, but... This bed is glitched? That bed is glitched, and now, I don't know, maybe it did actually cause, like, an issue. I don't know. I think the saves are okay. I don't know. So maybe this bed's fine. I don't really know. Hi. You're a beautiful kitty.
There are worse ways to begin a day than here with you.
I got him, I think. I got one of them. I got him. Got him. Getting better at this game. Got him, I think. What? It's like Mario Kart. I got him. Fuck him. That's not it, is it? Is it this one? I don't think it matters. Got him.
How did that not hit him? This mission was so long. Um... careful. Kitty, you want out? No, I'm not gonna let you out. No, it's raining. It's a rainy day. You're not going out today.
Let us see what wonders of life this planet hosts. whatever help and whatever. If you are not this place, as you know, that is a feeling you have already done, but it is best. It is indeed something in my... They are domestic. We raise, they grow. It is a lesson through this growth. Yes. Every member, the great circle, at that constant. So... Yes, precisely. So, with it...
Okay, you want out, Kitty? I'll let you out for a little while.
That is now truly unique in the settled systems. In our creation. And I am yours. Wholly and completely. Whatever gives you pause, please. It is fine. Are you all right? I hope I have not offended. You are very welcome.
It's made Andreja dismissible. I can say, but they're no good. Maybe this save allows me to get around the hardcore, I don't know.
interior of this ship perfectly.
Watchtower jumped in on me. I couldn't do anything about that. No. It's not my fault Watchtower jumped on me. 9/11. They're releasing Borderlands 4 on 9/11. This seems so weird. Escape from Duckov. Oh my god. I don't need this.
The Elder Scrolls Online, released in 2014, this is a buy-to-play with optional subscription MMO developed by ZeniMax. It's available on multiple platforms, though does not feature cross-platform play currently. With a somewhat controversial action combat system, a ludicrous amount of stories and quests, and horizontal progression in a massive world that is positively filled to the brim with completionist content, crafting and gathering systems, open world, as well as instance PvP, and my personal favorite activity, fishing. The Elder Scrolls Online has been a major player in the MMO space for quite some time at this point. I first played ESO back in early 2024 and gave my review as a new player starting the game for the first time, and wow, that video is almost at 1 million views. Insane. Basically, my takeaway from ESO is that despite heavy criticism towards its combat and monetization, both of which we'll get into today, the rest of the game makes up for this by providing an extremely immersive, voice-acted open world that really sucks you in, with its focus on one of the best horizontal progression systems in the MMO market. In fact, in 2024, I played well over 100 MMOs, and as it turns out, ESO was the one that took up the majority of my free time. However, since the last expansion, Gold Road, which I never got the chance to fully play through, we've seen some pretty drastic changes to both the content release cycle as well as the introduction of some pretty major systems. These systems fundamentally change how the game is played, namely subclassing, which allows players to choose 2 different skill lines from any of the different classes. We'll get into that as well. But without further ado, is ESO worth playing in the year 2025? Let's find out. So upon logging into the game, I was first prompted to purchase the 2025 Content Pass, which I was a little confused about. You see, ESO already has a subscription-based system known as ESO Plus, which generally grants you access to all of the DLC within the game, minus whatever the most current content actually is. But apparently, after the last expansion, Gold Road, and when I last played, ZeniMax decided to restructure their content release model. Where before they would release one major expansion, usually sometime around June of every year, they've now decided to go with a seasonal pass method. But really, it's basically the same thing. I mean, there's going to be 4 major updates within 2025, all revolving around this season of the Worm Cult. And by purchasing the content pass, you'll get access to all of this, and it's a permanent one-time purchase, so it's not like a subscription at all. I already have lots to catch up on with Gold Road alone, so I decided to leave this for the time being. I might potentially purchase it later on. The nice thing with the heavy focus on horizontal progression within ESO is that you still get access to the vast majority of the game, as well as its systems and tons of content without ever having to purchase the newest of the newest content. Anyway, this was my first time seeing my sorcerer in over a year at this point. Currently level 50 with 416 champion points, which is the real leveling system in ESO. Once you hit the max level of 50, you start acquiring champion points, which you can spec into a skill tree of sorts, which will increase your power. The current maximum amount of champion points that you can have is 3,600. However, you generally reach a soft cap in terms of player power around 1,800. And with just 300 champion points, you can pretty much do all available content within the game. So logging in greeted me with this Heroes Return pop-up. I guess in the most recent update in June, they added this system to help with returning players, basically granting you a small 10-minute quest to help you refamiliarize yourself with your character and bring you a little bit up to speed with some of the systems, as well as providing you with a sort of Battle Pass-esque amount of rewards, including different consumables and cash. I think this is a nice touch, especially for MMOs as old as ESO. Some people might be returning after a very long break. One thing I already noticed is my inventory was basically completely full, and I would probably have to purchase ESO Plus once again. You see, ESO Plus grants you access to something known as the crafting bag, and people say this is optional, and I wholeheartedly disagree. The crafting bag stores literally hundreds and hundreds of different crafting materials which you constantly come across in the game, from searching, gathering, deconstructing, or otherwise interacting with basically anything. I wouldn't wish playing ESO without a crafting bag on my worst enemy. And so that's why I generally consider it to be a non-optional subscription. But I mean, there are some masochists who play the game perfectly fine without it, so hats off to them, I guess. But either way, I'll be purchasing ESO Plus once again. So looking into my champion points and build, I don't quite remember what I was going for. And now that there's a new system known as subclassing, where I might potentially be drastically changing my current setup, I decided to leave this for now as I refamiliarize myself with everything else. Anyway, into some combat. Now, I've always staunchly defended the Elder Scrolls combat system. I feel like people are a little bit too harsh on the game when it comes to criticizing the combat within ESO. A ton of people will cite the combat as the sole reason that they don't want to play the game, and honestly, I understand. The combat can feel floaty and weightless. The constant need for weapon swapping is a hassle, and on top of that, in order to do the most DPS, you're going to be spamming light or heavy attacks in between each of your abilities, which overall means it's just a very busy system. It's only in ESO do I tend to notice that my hands might be cramping after a particularly long sesh. With that being said, I don't think it's inherently bad, and there's also a ton of room for build variety and skill expression. You don't need to be doing max DPS at all times within the game. Really, except for the very hardest and very endgame content, most of the game you can coast by completely fine, doing a mere fraction of what might be considered optimal DPS. There's pros and cons to the combat in ESO, and I think ZeniMax could benefit from potentially looking into more solutions to some of the complaints. But with that being said, there's no way it's bad enough for me to consider not playing the game altogether, and I think generally the pros and cons even out, but that's just me personally. I thought that was a pretty cool way to introduce me back into the game, and it incentivizes returning players to keep logging in with this reward track. On top of that, after finishing the Heroes Return quest, I was introduced to the Golden Pursuit system, which I guess was introduced in Update 44 back in October of 2024. This system follows a typical 10-day cycle with new challenges and activities and goals for you to pursue while playing the game. More things and activities to do is totally fine by me, but I'll admit some of the challenges are pretty simple, such as
the mod load takes so long.
But I'll always welcome additional rewards and things to do. Anyway, now that my reintroduction to the game was complete, I figure I better start catching up on some of the content from Gold Road. The last story quests that I finished were from the Necrome expansion, which I thought were pretty amazing. From story to art style and graphical feel, it was a really immersive experience, so I was definitely looking forward to the Gold Road quests. These take place in a new area known as Westfield. So I teleported to Skingrad, the main city within this new zone, and honestly, it looked pretty fantastic. This is pretty typical Elder Scrolls style and fashion, and there's nothing wrong with that. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. While ESO's graphics are starting to become slightly dated, I still think it's one of the more beautiful looking MMOs on the market, and with so many different iconic and cool looking areas with interesting geography and a use of different colors, it just looks good. Now, for some reason, one of the first story quests actually granted me a Wayshrine Unlock scroll, which unlocked all the fast teleports within the area. At first, I was a little disappointed because part of the fun of new areas is the need for exploration, as you want to complete the new map. But also, there are add-ons at this point that will teleport you around and get you all of the Wayshrines within the game completely for free anyway, by using a system of teleporting to friends or guilds. And so there might as well be an item that sort of skips that process. Plus, there's still plenty of reasons to explore a new zone, from delves to public dungeons and group bosses, points of interest, sky shards, etc. All in all, I found the Gold Road quest to be pretty fun, albeit a little short. It only took me about 3 or 4 hours to actually complete the entire story. And if I remember correctly, the Necron quest took quite a bit longer. The new zone Westfield is broken up into a few different distinct areas that all have their own unique sort of look and feature different enemies, and the story quest takes you through all of these. It definitely had some pretty epic moments and even some good callbacks to previous storylines, but I think part of the reason that the story quest within Gold Road fell so short is because of scribing. You see, scribing was a new system also added within ESO, which basically allows you not only to take certain skills and to change their appearance, but also through getting a multitude of unlocks and items available through gameplay, you were able to completely change how a skill functions. First, you'll find a grimoire, which is sort of just the base normal skill. Then you'll find a focus script, which will dictate if it does damage or heals or stuns, and after that you'll find a signature script, which adds a secondary effect such as mana or damage and shields. And finally, you'll find an affix script, which will grant a major or minor power. You do all of this using a base ingredient known as luminous ink, which basically acts as scribing's currency. All of this scribing can be done at a scribing altar, and all of this can be unlocked by doing the scribing quest. So in order to first access the quest, you'll find it for free in the crown shop called the second barrel of scribing. After this, you'll be teleported to a new location known as the Solarium, where you'll be introduced to a girl who is going to teach you how scribing works using the altar. After you complete this first and easy section of the quest, you'll unlock a new vendor. This vendor will sell scribing specific items such as scripts and numbers that are rare, which are not necessarily cheap. And on top of that, there are 5 other doors within the Solarium, each featuring its own quest. The Indrik, the Netch, the Griffin, the Dragon, and finally, spoilers, the Crow. Every time you complete one of these quests, you'll be rewarded with more luminous ink, a new appearance for another ability, and the scribing vendor's shop will increase, and you'll be able to unlock and purchase more scripts and rewards. The quest line was actually pretty cool, featuring all kinds of challenges and puzzles and riddles. I had to solo a world boss, and at one point I had to participate in an instanced battleground match. And this was really strange for me. It seems they've completely updated the battleground system in ESO, and I'm not gonna lie, I hate it. So prior to update 44 in October of last year, when you signed up for a battleground, you would be placed into a queue where you would eventually join a team and face off in a 3-team format of 4 versus 4 versus 4. These have now been completely replaced in favor of a 2-team system where you'll either have 4 people on a team or 8, depending on the game mode. Apparently this makes for better matchmaking in terms of skill, but it also has decreased queue times. However, personally, I thought the 4v4v4 system was really unique, and I used to have a ton of fun in Battlegrounds. This new system has taken a bit of the uniqueness factor away from that, and it just feels kind of bland. Also, prior, if there was one team who was clearly outperforming the others, there were these niche scenarios where the 2 weaker teams could sort of work together to overpower the stronger team. But now if you're getting pub stomped, there's not much wiggle room, you just kinda gotta take it. But anyway, back to scribing, I finally finished unlocking all of the different additions to the skill through this questline. And there are still plenty more grimoires and scripts to be found elsewhere in the world from basically any and all content, from world bosses to PvP to daily quests to achievements. It's just another reason to go and complete basically everything you possibly can. Now, taking a look at the Magicka Sorcerer build that I was following when I last played this character, there have been some minor changes. But unfortunately, with scribing and even subclassing, there have been very little changes that actually benefit sorcerers. This could possibly be because the class has been pretty overpowered for a very long time, and without completely changing my playstyle, it wouldn't really benefit me to add any of the new scribing-focused skills to my action bar. And the same sort of goes with subclassing, which I'll touch on later. In the meantime, now that I had finished the main story quests and content within the Gold Road expansion, I decided to delve back into what is a bit more of my typical daily gameplay with ESO. This means doing my daily crafting rits, doing my daily undaunted tasks and dungeons, as well as upgrading my mount, etc. I finally got max speed on my mount with 60% boost to movement speed. This is a daily system where you're essentially time-gated out of mount progression on each and every character. You can log in once per day and increase either its speed, stamina, or carrying capacity at reset, and this would take 180 days to unlock the mount's full potential. This can be sped up through acquiring mount riding lessons through the Crown Store, or occasionally you get them from daily login rewards as well. But I'm not a huge fan of time-gating progress like this, especially because it's not account-wide. And this would be one of my biggest cons regarding ESO. Also, another thing that tends to happen when you quit ESO for almost an entire year, well, your guilds tend to drop you. Often guilds in ESO actually charge a fee for staying in them due to them having a really active or lucrative trader location, and most guilds will kick you for inactivity, especially if you're gone for a year. But in ESO, you can be in 5 guilds at a time, and these are pretty essential to your progression, not only in terms of getting into trials or endgame content or going on world boss runs and other group-oriented things, but also because the player trading system within ESO is dependent on having a guild. So every guild will have a guild trader, which is an NPC that's located in one of the main cities across the game. And this is how you're going to sell items to other players within the game. That's why guilds can charge such a high fee for being in some of the most sought-after trading guilds, because they generally have an NPC that's in a really high traffic or popular trading location. Some people obviously absolutely detest this system, and I can understand why. It's certainly not as simple or easy to use as just say an auction house or a grand exchange. However, this system also has its benefits. First of all, this creates a much more player-driven economy that can't be dictated by a central trading system. The developers can't really artificially have control over the price of items the same way that they can in a game with a centralized system. And due to this, supply and demand are much bigger factors. Furthermore, there's a massive potential for profit. Finding the right item and gaming the system, if you will, by flipping and paying attention to the market is how some players dedicate 100% of their time to the game. This creates a whole separate subsect of the player base who is playing the game completely differently. And even more, it gives guilds much more purpose and a greater sense of community. But on top of all of that, it's just unique. Is it less convenient than other games? Yeah, probably. But something that we seem to be losing all the time, especially in MMOs, are unique experiences. It seems like so many games are becoming copy and paste cookie cutter versions of themselves, and sometimes I want to experience something a little different, even if it is a bit more of a hassle or it has a bit more friction. I really enjoy the trading in ESO, and as a guy who spends a lot of my time fishing, I make a lot of my money from an item called Perfect Row. I'm not sure if that item would have the same value in a centralized system. Anyway, I luckily got accepted back into a trading guild quite quickly and was able to get a bunch of my items on the market. Also, at this point, I realized I was running around with a plain, normal rubedite chess piece. I'm not sure how or when I accidentally swapped out my Robe of Juliano's chess piece. And this
This is taking forever.
So, using something known as Tamriel Trade Center, which is both an add-on as well as a website that keeps an eye on the market, I was able to quickly find a guild trader that was selling my old chess piece, and I got it back, along with its proper enchantments. I wonder how long I've been running around with a normal rubedite chest. That's amazing.
I wonder if I should turn all of the mods
off.
off.
Throughout this video that my user interface has changed slightly, and that was due to me re-downloading most of the add-ons that I had prior. I didn't completely remember all the ones that I had before, and add-ons in ESO are definitely not as streamlined as they are in World of Warcraft or other MMOs. They require libraries and additional add-ons. They don't function quite as optimally, and they don't have the same level of easy-to-use settings and customization. On top of that, of course, add-ons only work on the PC version and not any of the console versions of the game. And if I'm being completely honest, some of these add-ons provide so much quality of life that it might be difficult for me to play the console version of ESO. For example, there's add-ons that can show you every location of every lore book, sky shard, chest, gathering location, quest location. You name it. If it's something you need to find, there's an add-on that will show you exactly where it is. Furthermore, there's auto-crafting add-ons that speed up and automate your daily rip process. There's add-ons that unlock every way shrine in the game, like I mentioned, and plenty more beyond just that. So, safe to say, they add a huge amount of quality of life to the PC version that's unfortunately just not available for the console players. Now, let's talk about subclassing. This is the brand new system that ESO added in June, which basically allows you to switch one of your class's skill lines and swap it out for any any of the other classes' skill lines. And you can do this twice. So for example, me as a sorcerer, I could choose to have a second skill line from a Nightblade and a third skill line from a Templar, just as an example. This has been a pretty controversial decision, to say the least. Back when I made my original ESO review, I talked about how strange it seemed to me that an Elder Scrolls MMO would even have a class system to begin with, considering that all the Elder Scrolls games have always had a more flexible stance on classes, always allowing for a lot more customization. However, through my time playing the game, I found that the class system worked pretty well in ESO. Not only through providing a good amount of customization within each class by already having separate skill lines, allowing for you to spec into stamina or magicka-based versions of every class. Now, just personally, I think that a huge change like this needs to be decided earlier on in an MMO's lifespan. Creating what is essentially a classless system well over a decade after the game's release obviously leads to certain balance questions and issues. Plus, at this point, you have players who are highly immersed into their class identity.
You bombed out?
Who really don't want to switch to playing a multi-class system just because the meta requires it. So, subclassing. You can access this system through a fairly easy quest that, once again, you'll find you'll have access to for free in the Crown Store. Once the quest is complete, voila, you can choose to swap one of your skill lines for another from a different class. And again, looking into my Magicka Sorcerer build, it seems like none of these are actually super advantageous to me without directly changing how I play the game. For example, becoming more of a Nightblade melee class with some Sorcerer abilities as a secondary component. I did, however, do this on my Necromancer, and I picked the Assassin skill line from Nightblade, and as you can see, I have access to all of its different abilities. Of course, you still have to level the skill line and upgrade the abilities to gain access to all of them, but yeah. Overall, I think subclassing.
Why did
is
they make
cool.
this
It allows for
song
new metas, new customization,
the
new
opening
builds, and adds a
Starfield
ton of
song?
diversity to how you play your characters. But at the same time, it definitely takes away from that class identity in which ESO was sort of founded on. I'm kind of neutral when it comes to this. It seems like currently most of the meta builds or highest performing builds of the game do utilize some form of subclassing. I'm not sure if it's going to stay this way, but as I mentioned before, metagaming is not super necessary in ESO unless you're pushing endgame content.
Look, the minute that I started these hardcore mods, I started losing time.
No guide build that you haphazardly throw together. In fact, the game often receives criticism for being too easy, especially in the open world. But I'd love to hear your guys' thoughts on subclassing. Is this the right move for ZeniMax and ESO moving forward? Let me know. Now, let's talk about something that is an absolute game changer, at least for me. Some people might argue that the true endgame of ESO is player-owned housing. The amount of items and customization and houses and money and time that can be spent on making the perfect abode for your character is unreal. There are players with thousands of hours of gameplay, and the majority of that time has been spent on decorating their freaking house. Now, personally, I'm not a big decorator in any game, really. Way back in the day when you could first customize your own calling card in Call of Duty Black Ops, I was that guy who put one single object into the frame and called it a day. Besides potentially editing videos and creating content for YouTube, I wouldn't consider myself an artistically inclined person. Autistically inclined is more like it for me personally. However, ESO suffered from this really annoying problem where you would get items for your house and you would have nowhere to store them besides your house. So take a look at this house that I currently own. Basically, I just have random dragon statues and chandeliers and items all over the place because I'd rather these items took up space here instead of my inventory or my bank. But now, they finally added a furniture storing station, or the furniture vault. You can get this completely for free from the Crown Store as well, and this is basically a 500 slot bank for furniture. I was actually way more excited about this than you can imagine. Also, an added benefit of completing all those scribing quests earlier meant that I could actually put my own scribing altar in my house as well. So instead of having to visit the Scholarium to scribe your abilities, you can just go to your house. Not bad. But all in all, what ESO does really well for me has basically nothing to do with any of these new updates. Sure, these new systems are cool. The scribing and subclassing has some pretty big implications, especially in terms of the content. The new quests and new areas are fantastic, and that's without even buying the 2025 content pass. But really, I have the most fun in ESO from horizontal progression, stuff that over the past decade has hardly changed. From achievements to fishing to exploration to map completion, and sure, after I play ESO for a couple hundred to half a thousand hours, I eventually become a little bored with doing my daily things and completing my daily dungeons. But then I take a break for a year, and when I come back, it's all still there, ready for me to work on some more, make a little progress.
Ah, very good.
ESO has really become my favorite MMO after all this time. Even though I consider myself more of an MMO nomad these days, never really calling one game ESO is probably one of my most consistent content is always purchase dependent. The combat is a little too busy or a little too floaty of an action combat system, and I can understand those criticisms even if they don't take away from the game for me personally. Furthermore, you might prefer a more linear style of progression like World of Warcraft instead of the horizontal focus that ESO operates with. However, I hope this video helped you all understand that this is the right way, and I hope this was a good overlook and review and listen. Whether you make this as always, I want to say a massive thank you to everyone who made it to the end of the video. Don't forget a like, a comment, a sub, those things help a bunch, and if you really enjoyed the video, consider becoming a channel member. But anyways, I will catch you all in the next one. Later.
A aggressive outside force which had taken Palestinian territory, exiled Palestinians from their land.
And was part of this actually enshrined in the revolutionary Iranian stance on Israel?
Yes, it was part of the ideology. Eradication of Israel, restoration of land to the Palestinians was an aspiration of all Arabs, all Muslims at that point in time, and it would be the Islamic Revolution that would fulfill that aspiration.
The new Iranian regime was heavily sanctioned by the US, which backed Iran's rivals in the region, like Iraq and Saudi Arabia.
Iran is Shia, Iran is Persian-speaking, the Arab world as consciousness is Sunni, it's Arabic-speaking. Iran in the region is an absolute loner.
Iran would bolster its standing in the region through its support of the Palestinian cause.
No other issue gives Iran a role, a say in the Arab world, right? No other issue speaks to Arab hearts and minds than Iran's support for the Palestinians.
The devastation in the west of the city is appalling.
Initially, Iran backed Yasser Arafat's Palestine Liberation Organization, the PLO, which was engaged in an armed struggle against Israel from its base in Lebanon. In 1982, Israel invaded and occupied southern Lebanon to drive out the PLO. Iran went on to train and fund a Lebanese Shia group to fight against Israel. It would become known as Hezbollah, Arabic for the Party of God.
120 Americans killed today.
Soon after, a massive suicide bombing at a U.S. Marine barracks in Beirut would be widely attributed to Hezbollah, acting as a proxy for Iran.
It left really, really bitter taste in American mouths. It really hardened America's views on Iran.
These deeds make so evident the bestial nature of those who would assume power if they could have their way and drive us out of that area.
But it also taught the Iranians that there was a strategy here, that you could actually extricate the West by using, call it terrorism, call it asymmetric behavior, etc.
A huge explosion, apparently caused by a bomb, shattered the Israeli embassy in Argentina today.
Then Hezbollah units, or those militias Iran was training, started suicide bombing against Israeli targets.
We shall look for the people who are responsible for this terrible crime.
By the 1990s, Israeli intelligence was growing increasingly concerned that Iran was escalating and trying to develop a nuclear bomb, a red line for Israel, the only nuclear power in the Middle East.
There's already very deep animosity between Iran and Israel, and it's a very ideological animosity from Iran's perspective. So if we do the 1 + 1 + 1, we understand that there is a nuclear weapon being developed to be put on a missile that is probably destined to end up in Israel.
Netanyahu began calling for international action against Iran.
The most dangerous of these regimes is Iran. If this regime, or its despotic neighbor Iraq, were to acquire nuclear weapons, This could presage catastrophic consequences, not only for my country, and not only for the Middle East, but for all of mankind.
Prime Minister Netanyahu has been after bombing Iran from early 1990s. He doesn't care about enrichment or nuclear bomb or even nuclear program. He just wants to drag the U.S. in
back
a
to
war with
hardcore
Iran.
again.
That's it.
Throughout this time, Iran's proxy strategy was evolving.
Today, we are preparing a whole new generation which will fight the state of Israel in the future.
With Arafat and the PLO negotiating the historic Oslo peace accords with Israel, Iran began backing a new, more extreme Palestinian group, Hamas.
The maximum number of Israeli school children. Militants belonging to the Islamic group Hamas said they carried out the attack.
When the Oslo Agreement is signed, most Palestinians said, let's give this a chance. But there was that core constituency among Palestinians who said, the peace process is a sham, it can never succeed, only armed struggle can liberate Palestine, and Hamas became the embodiment of that sentiment.
Hamas's founding declaration called for the destruction of Israel, and it violently opposed a two-state solution.
In this decade, the 1990s, there's only one country, and since then, effectively, there has been only one country that continues to arm militias against Israel, that continues to not accept the two-state solution, and that is the Islamic Republic of Iran.
In 2003, after the U.S. invasion of Iraq, Iran seized the chance to expand its regional influence even farther.
This starts supporting, arming, funding, and in fact cultivating militias and political groups in countries around the region, and it defines that as part of what becomes known in the security lingo of Iran as forward defense. The idea is that we will fight in Lebanon, we will fight in Syria, we will fight in Palestine, so that we don't have to fight in Iran.
In time, this network of militias would become known as the Axis of Resistance, from the Houthis opposing Saudi influence in Yemen to Shia fighters in Iraq. The Iranian government denies the groups act as proxies, insisting they are independent organizations, all fighting against Israel, which to this day it says is an illegitimate state occupying Palestinian land.
We have supported, the Palestinian people in their struggle to end the occupation in Palestine.
Majid Takhtravanchi is Iran's deputy foreign minister. Iran has supported, with both training and military support and money, certain regional actors. Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis. The Israelis and the Americans describe this strategy as building an axis of resistance. They see it as an offensive strategy.
Yes. The axis of resistance, you mentioned the axis of resistance. Axis of resistance against whom? Against the occupation. The Israelis and the Americans have been, floating this idea that the axis of resistance is against America or against Israel. They do not say the fact that the axis of resistance was in response to occupation, in response to more than 70 years of Israeli occupation of Palestine. If they want to see an end to resistance, they should end the occupation, pure and simple.
The Iranian objective, and it was not only propaganda, was to remove the great Satan, which is the United States, from the Middle East, and to wipe Israel off the map. So death to America, death to Israel.
Amos Yadlin was the head of Israeli military intelligence in the years the proxy network was expanding.
And basically, as chief of intelligence, I saw three main efforts. One is the proxy, supporting Hezbollah, supporting the Palestinian terrorists, the Houthis, the Assad regime, the Shia militia in Iraq. Second, ballistic missiles. And then the nuclear.
Now, the professor was killed by a remote-controlled bomb.
Israel began engaging in a shadow war of its own.
2 of Iran's top nuclear scientists were targeted by hit squads
against Iran's nuclear program.
2 men on a motorcycle stuck a magnetic bomb to the door, then detonated it as they pulled away.
If there is someone who is very important in the process, and without him it will be delayed for a while, he will be eliminated.
Cyber attacks, assassinations.
Cyber attacks, assassinations, blowing some tools inside the system.
Looks so
agents
fucking
which
cool.
are going in and putting explosives here and there. It was understood it cannot destroy but it can delay it. And when you buy time in the Middle East, you buy everything.
Dinner soon.
The leaders of Iran must recognize that now's the time for a diplomatic solution, because a coalition stands united in demanding that they meet their obligations, and we will do what is necessary to prevent them from getting a nuclear weapon.
By 2013, having refused to support an Israeli military strike on Iran the year before, President Obama was now pursuing his own strategy. He wanted to negotiate.
When we set up the early stages of the negotiations, it was very secret. It was a very small group. I was chief of staff to the president at the time.
Hello, Captain.
There were half a dozen people who knew that the conversation was going on.
Captain, it is. I will handle.
Israel was not included in the talks. It found out through its own intelligence.
It was a type of an implosion. We're confronted with this reality in which our principal ally has negotiated behind our backs for 7 months with our worst enemy. Now that is hard to square.
And when it learned about this, of course, Benjamin Netanyahu was furious. He sees this highly sensitive, secretive intelligence coming from Tehran. The Iranians are happy. The American delegates are making concession after concession. And it leads, I think, naturally to harshen the line against the US government and say, this is a very bad deal. You are going to make a very bad deal.
This is a bad deal. A very, very bad deal. It's the deal of the century for Iran. It's a very dangerous and bad deal for peace and the international community.
President Obama is going to speak today at 7 a.m. on the Iranian deal.
Today, after 2 years of negotiations, the United States, together with our international partners, has achieved something that decades of animosity has not. A comprehensive long-term deal with Iran that will prevent it from obtaining a nuclear weapon.
In the summer of 2015, the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, JCPOA for short, was signed by the US, Iran, and 5 other countries over Israel's furious objections.
What a stunning, historic mistake.
It restricted Iran's nuclear activities in exchange for lifting economic sanctions and put in place intensive monitoring by international inspectors.
The objective of the agreement inside the Obama White House was to make sure that the Iranians always were at least a year away from being able to produce a weapon. On the theory that if they ran for it, we'd see them and there would be political time to react.
It cuts off all of Iran's pathways to a bomb.
There were problems with this agreement. The provisions expired too early. The Iranians demanded that they get dwindled down over time. By 2025, as we speak today, they were supposed to be allowed to produce more and more uranium. By 2030, the agreement would end.
At some point, the question is, if you want to stop something as significant as Iran getting a nuclear weapon, is that a worthy objective? Are you better off with no deal or the best deal you can get? We thought, and I continue to believe, that the best deal you can get was something that left the United States, Israel, and the world safer.
I mean, to those who would say that a deal was better than no deal, how do you respond to that?
Always deal is better than a war, but it should be a good deal. That wasn't a good deal.
The Israelis were upset that the deal also gave Iran access to billions of dollars by unfreezing its bank accounts and allowing it to sell oil. Money, they said, would embolden the regime and its proxies.
The notion that Iran got the money as a result of sanctions relief and spent on certain groups or certain parties in the Middle East, that is far from the truth. In fact, we spent lots of money that we received from the sanctions relief on our economy. JCPOA was welcomed not only in Iran, but by the whole international community as a success story of diplomacy.
In spite of Iran's denials, the so-called axis of resistance grew in the wake of the deal. At the center of the axis was Iran's most powerful military strategist, General Qasem Soleimani.
Qasem Soleimani was a truly irreplaceable guy. He did something that is actually rare in modern history. He was able to build a multinational army of tens of thousands of people, of Afghans, of Syrians, of Iraqis, of Palestinians, who would all fight under the command of Iran. This is not something that you learn in military school.
Lots of money
it's
to
not
be made.
something
And
that
I
you
just
learn
happened to
from
sell a
book.
guide.
It was something that
Couple of words of
Soleimani had
warning.
been able to bring
She
about
put together.
through years of
Heroes
experience.
who were dangerous,
The most
they were
formidable
cellophane,
force of all was Hezbollah
it's
in
not-
Lebanon.
You see
It came to be considered the best armed non-state actor in the world.
Militarily speaking, Hezbollah is a bigger threat. It has a lot more fighters, more advanced capabilities than other proxies. But it is more,
We sell
let's
a
say,
wide array of
controlled
problem solvers in
by
various
Iran
colors
and also
and
more
calibers.
deterred by Israel. Hamas is a different kind of proxy. Hamas is more independent. It's a Palestinian resistance organization in terroristic means, but it has its own ethos and is more independent in its decisions. It is accepting funding and training and equipment from Iran because Iran is willing to support it. They have their own motivations and their own decision making.
Palestinians will vote for a new parliament, and the results could have a major impact on relations with Israel and matters of war and peace.
By now, Hamas was a political force as well as a military one.
The sweeping victory by Hamas is being described as a political earthquake.
In 2006, it had swept national elections and then seized control of Gaza in a civil war.
Hamas has done a lot of damage to our prospects, including the coup d'etat they done in Gaza, and that did really undermine Palestinian national unity and Palestinian international standing, of course.
Hamas gunmen seized control of the rival Fatah government and security offices.
The Palestinian Authority, heir to Arafat's PLO, and longtime participants in the peace process with Israel, retreated to the West Bank.
Gaza becomes a fortress for an organization whose founding charter talks about killing Jews and eliminating Israel. And they are now not just a terrorist organization in Gaza, but the governing organization in Gaza. And that means that the Israelis have to figure out how to deal with them.
The Erez crossing point between Gaza and Israel is now barred to almost all Palestinians.
The Israeli government imposed a blockade on Gaza. It said it was trying to stop Hamas from bringing in weapons and prevent its fighters from crossing into Israel.
The civilian population are facing increasing desperation and misery.
But it also trapped the population.
Israel says that Gazans will not starve on a more basic diet.
The notion that you could keep 2 million people locked up indefinitely with no real economy, who are entirely dependent on Israel opening and closing the border to allow movement of goods and people in, where majority of the people are now impoverished, I think was not only absurd, but also quite cruel.
Hamas, with support from Iran, fired rockets and mortars into Israel. Israel launched airstrikes on Gaza.
I don't suggest that the number of casualties be the determinant of what is proportionate and who's in the right.
Benjamin Netanyahu used the violence to amplify his long-standing concerns.
Oh, I bought it
about
already,
prospects for a
yay.
Palestinian state.
Netanyahu believes that if you have a Palestinian state anywhere approximating the 67 borders, the potential for
peace is zero, that the capacity for Israel to maintain its security, even in the state it's in now, will be radically diminished, that Hezbollah to its north will be stronger, the problem of Gaza will not be in any way remotely solved, Syria, Iran,
Rockets are still being fired into southern Israel.
But Netanyahu also thought the threats on Israel's borders could be contained without engaging in all-out wars.
The whole building demolished. A member of Hamas lived there, but had left the day before with his family.
For years, most notably in Gaza, he would pursue a fateful strategy known as mowing the grass.
So the idea was, from time to time, there will be a round of hostilities. Hamas will be beaten hard. This will establish deterrence. Let's keep them on a very low level of capabilities.
This notion that every so often there would need to be predictable rounds of violence, mowing the grass, as Israelis call it, only to result in reinstating the status quo that existed before the violence, was an untenable situation.
The philosophy was that Israel doesn't want to go to Egypt. Most of the decision makers in Israel, with uniform and without uniform, thought that to go to war is a mistake. I thought that the mistake is not to initiate a war. And that was the biggest mistake. We allowed Hamas and Hezbollah to be very strong organizations. After the 7th of October, it was understood by the establishment in Israel that we made a huge mistake allowing the beast to grow close to Israel.
The volatile dynamic in the region would begin to shift with the rise of a new American president.
I speak to you today as a lifelong supporter and true friend of Israel. My number one priority is to dismantle the disastrous deal with Iran.
Very well.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will meet with President Trump today.
That was welcome news to Benjamin Netanyahu, who was one of the first world leaders to meet with Trump at the White House.
Netanyahu says he's looking forward to a stronger alliance between the U.S. and
I love good scopes,
Netanyahu
like actually
arrived with
good
a plan
scopes.
to create a unified front against Iran.
It's not
a
that
vision
hard.
for a new Middle
Some
East,
games
where
struggle with it
Israel made
really,
peace
really
deals with its
bad for
Arab
some
neighbors.
reason.
Netanyahu felt very strongly that that's something we should pursue.
We can seize an historic opportunity.
And I would say, pushed it pretty hard.
And I believe that under your leadership, this change in our region creates an unprecedented opportunity to strengthen security and advance peace.
It was a radical idea that challenged decades of conventional wisdom about the Middle East.
The dogma was basically there'll be no peace between Israel and its Arab neighbors unless and until you
It's
solve
a
the
siren and it's
Israeli-Palestinian
asleep.
And I believe that the great opportunity for peace comes from a regional approach, from involving our newfound Arab partners.
Trump liked the idea, and on his first trip overseas, courted Iran's rivals in the Gulf.
Until the Iranian regime is willing to be a partner for peace, all nations of nations must work together to isolate Iran, deny it, funding for terrorism, pray for the dead when the Iranian people a just and righteous government they so richly deserve.
He had a receptive audience.
We focused on the Iranian threat, which our both partners felt very acutely. They had viewed the Iran nuclear deal as a betrayal. And the president comes in and says, we're going to stand up to Iran together. We're going to counter Iran together. We're going to get out of the Iran nuclear deal. And this is what our Arab partners and Israel were waiting to hear after 8 years of the Obama administration.
President Trump
excellent.
President Trump's efforts to get out of the deal would get a boost.
But this gun hurts the sirens really bad.
Inside Iran.
He's about 2 years in the
Can't die.
Until the night of January 31st, 2018.
This heist
Can't
was
die,
like
gotta
the
be
most
very careful.
brilliant movie-worthy novel. There's this warehouse in a nondescript.
I'm in hardcore and it feels a lot better.
The Israelis figure out that it houses the entire nuclear archive, and they do a raid on it. They ship this stuff out, and they figured the Iranians wouldn't be looking. Then they begin pouring through.
I was leading the team that analyzed the findings of the nuclear archives once it arrived, providing us with a comprehensive understanding of Iran's past nuclear weapons activities.
Iran lied.
Netanyahu seized on it.
This is where they kept the atomic. Now, from the outside, this was an innocent-looking compound. It looks like a dilapidated warehouse. But from the inside, it contained Iran's secret atomic archives locked in massive files.
The idea behind the press conference was that we have this amazingly important information to tell the world about Iran.
55,000 pages. Another 55,000 files.
What was the bottom line? Prior to 2003, there was an active bomb project.
So
After
badass.
2003, not so much.
Eliminating blueprints.
It left you with very little doubt that the Iranians were trying to deceive the inspectors about past nuclear activity. But that didn't tell you very much about the present day.
Again, you don't have to read Farsi to understand this. This is U-235. That's enriched uranium.
Netanyahu spun this very skillfully to say to the inspectors, the Iranians are pulling your chain.
Was there any evidence in this trove of documents that the Israelis obtained in Tehran that the Iranians were out of compliance with the nuclear deal that Obama had struck with them?
Well, Iran was in technical compliance with the deal. But if the Iranian regime was serious about its nuclear program being peaceful, then what are they doing keeping a warehouse full of tens of thousands of pages on how to build a nuclear weapon and not disclosing it to the Obama administration?
Iran continues to lie.
The Iranian government called Netanyahu's press conference childish and ridiculous.
Said this.
We never wanted to produce a bomb.
Yes, you did. Yes, you do. And the atomic archive.
And claimed that the documents were fake.
Nuclear deal.
With all due respect, sir, what was the purpose, what was the reason Iran would have a warehouse in Tehran in which there were documents about how to build a bomb?
I cannot, concur with the news that that warehouse was full of, documents related to so-called Iranian nuclear weapon program. The Israelis needed to create certain documents so that they could persuade President Trump in terms of leaving the JCPOA.
The most important value of the press conference was a way of giving more ammunition, adding fuel to fire to say that this was an awful deal.
The nuclear deal gives Iran a clear path to an atomic arsenal.
In that press conference, Prime Minister Netanyahu's most important audience was President Trump.
President Trump will make his decision on what to do with the nuclear deal. I'm sure he'll do the right thing.
It happened a week after the press conference.
I am announcing today that the United States will withdraw from the Iran nuclear deal.
He'd go on to impose severe sanctions and boast about it on Twitter.
After we got out of the deal, we reimposed economic sanctions. Trump called it maximum pressure.
What was the strategy of maximum pressure? What was the actual aim of it?
If you put enough pressure on Iran economically, the hope was, at least my hope was, the people would rise and say, we're not going to put up with this anymore. You spent billions of dollars on nuclear weapons, on supporting terrorist groups. People of Iran have not benefited at all, and we're done with it.
America will not be held hostage to nuclear blackmail.
President Trump made a very big mistake. He destroyed the mutual trust, mutual confidence, backing of the negotiations or endeavors, not only Iranian endeavors, but also all of the international community. Because after the JCPOA, all of the international community welcomed it. And President Trump destroyed all of these achievements in international arena.
Inside Iran, Trump's move emboldened hardliners in the government and military.
I think what the Revolutionary Guard took away from Trump coming out of the deal was that their belief that the United States never intended to make peace with Iran was validated. So the wing of the regime that argued that the only way to back the United States off is by being aggressive had won, and they became empowered. And that would continue all the way to eventually the Israeli-Iran war.
From Iran's president, an ominous threat.
Iran warned it may restart its uranium enrichment program on a quote industrial scale.
No longer constrained by Obama's deal, Iran would start increasing its uranium.
When the U.S. withdrew, I wrote and I said many times that more sanctions and pressures using the Iranian nuclear issue would lead to more enrichment, and Iran will increase the capacity and the level of enrichment to show to the U.S. that they are not going to capitulate under pressure and they will resist.
ما الان بالای تقریبا داریم به 6 کیلو میرسیم. 5.5 میکنم حجم تجهیزسازی اورانیوم.
After we left the Iran nuclear deal, it wasn't a surprise that Iran started increasing its enrichment levels. We expected that to happen. But we thought that that illustrated the problem. What does it say about the Iran nuclear deal that Iran is able to restart it so quickly and to increase its enrichment levels to such a degree?
During the first Trump term, Iran's nuclear capabilities continue, if not accelerate. The proxies grow stronger. So what was the net effect of maximum pressure during the first Trump term?
I don't think we applied maximum pressure. I think it's great rhetoric, but it didn't really work. We had to do more. We should have done more to undermine the regime in Iran.
Iran's top general, Qasem Soleimani, taunted Trump.
We had a clash of personalities. The bombastic Soleimani with his global fame, certainly regional fame, and President Trump. His favorite word is the tough guy. They start posting memes about each other, Games of Thrones memes, and Soleimani starts giving speeches. He calls him Trump the gambler.
به شما میگویم آقای ترامپ قمارباز.
And he used this phrase. There's kind of a bit of a cheesy line. It's almost like a B movie in Hollywood, but the Iranian military leaders love to repeat it, which is, you started this war, we will finish it.
این جنگ را شما شروع میکنید اما پایانش را ما ترسیم میکنیم.
The heated words turned into action.
U.S. intelligence indicates the unprecedented attack on Saudi oil fields originated from Iran.
Iran and its network of militias launched a wave of attacks in the region.
This intelligence over recent weeks had led them to believe that Iran or its proxies may have had a
Soleimani was also stepping up his support for Hamas.
Soleimani used money, guns, effectively an unlimited blank check, giving them suitcases full of cash, giving them advanced military equipment, not just any military equipment, logistical, military training.
Smugglers,
At the time, these did not look to be relevant. Some of these trainings included attacks from the sea.
Oh yeah, smugglers.
They included paraglider attacks, tactics that were later used in October 7, 2023.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna stop.
The Trump
I'm just gonna do this so I don't
was growing
forget.
increasingly concerned about Soleimani.
He was a threat.
I have to go eat dinner with the family, and yeah, and so I'm going to go. I'll be back. Thank you so much for your time. I'm gonna log this hardcore character out. Log out. And you are selling anything that's yellow. Anything that's yellow at all. Yep, all contraband. There we go. Okay, and then we go 9. Oh no, I don't think I have it saved, do I? Nope, I don't. I go into aid, and I look for save and quit. Save and quit. There we go. We're gonna say B favorite to the 9 key. Got to be careful about the 9 key. I think I have to sleep before I can do it. I don't want to pass too much time, so I'll wait an hour. It's like you wake in, right? And now I think I can save. Burns are cured.
So, Miss Stay Up Late Reader.
So, I am,
Don't pretend to be mad at me.
let's go a whole 24 hours, and I'm gonna piss while it does this. I'll be right back.
I know you aren't really. I learned that back on Earth, people used to use the stars to navigate. That's so cool. But I guess it only worked because they just lived on one planet. And that sounds boring.
Remind me one of these days to tell you the tale of a certain Solomon Coe and where his stargazing landed him.
Okay. I don't know if 2 minutes have passed, but we're gonna do this. I could save out of my hardcore session, and that felt really good. Hardcore felt good. I had to take it seriously, and it was actually quite good. Okay, death mode has acknowledged. I'm gonna have to do all this stupid mod loading again when I get in. So that's the first thing I do when I get in the house. Is load Starfield. And yeah, and I'm not on my hardcore character, which is the main thing. Hit the autopilot, and we'll go back. And yeah, so on that note, guys, I have to go eat dinner with the family, so I will be back, and I look forward to this every day. I will be back here like an hour-ish or something. I can't quote how long it'll take, but you know, a little while. I'm gonna eat dinner. I love you guys. Thank you so much for your time. You have been watching Skycat Live. I'm a full-time variety gamer all day, every day. Put me on in the background. I'm going to pull my digits here. There we go. Skycat.live. Click on the cast face to donate. Come to the Twitch or the YouTube. Give me a like, sub, or a follow. Thank you so much for all the support and all the kind comments and reaching out to me. And I'm sorry for my friends who may be facing trouble or anything like that. I feel ya. Don't fear. Things get severe for everybody everywhere. You know, you're not the only one. You're not alone. You're my family. I love you guys. Talk to you in a bit. That's the MJ Rip Shots. And I will talk to you guys in about an hour or something like that. Thank you so much for your time. I'm going to pause it. Video and move my camera so you can see my cat. Cat. She's a kitty cat. With a meow 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 and a meow meow meow. Cat. She's a kitty cat. With a meow 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 and a meow meow meow. Cat. She's a kitty cat. With a meow 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 and a meow meow meow. Cat, she's a kitty cat. Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. Cat, she's a kitty cat. Meow 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 meow. Cat, she's a kitty cat. Oh, you should listen to her purr. Oh man, she purrs. She purrs up a storm right there. Yeah, she purrs for all of us. Nice, get this gone away. Get it gone away. I want you to shut that all the way. Exit. Then go to see loading bay games. Once human icon. Loading bay launcher. Loading bay launcher goes live. Game has new version? Why would game have new version? Oh, because it's patching? Oh, yeah. Yeah, it looks like it's patching, yeah. Nice. Well. Unpin. Pin. I'm going to kill the music for a moment while I do this load, because it's a long load. I think we're good. I think, yeah, we should be good. Okay, loading into Starfield. Buying, oh no, I guess it's in between right now. Yeah, we're doing some EVE Online, and yeah, Starfield, EVE, EVE Online. I've done all my Grand Theft Auto stuff today, which is a free game, technically. So we'll go do all the Once Human stuff, too, I guess, technically. I think I'm probably gonna have to do all my fucking settings again, which is so annoying. Hello, beautiful kitty. Hello, beautiful kitty. I suppose I should show you my face. I am in this stream too as well. I'm not just some bodiless face. Hello, I have a cat butt. See it? Know why? Chicken thigh. Know why? Know what? Cat butt. Know why? Cat thigh. Know why? Cat butt. Know why? Cat thigh. I love the kitty. I love her. I stand by her. I stand by her. I love the kitty. I love her. Shut up, you. Hurry up. Mute it. Or whatever. Yeah, turn that off. Too loud. Yeah, you're like weird. You're like Bitcoin mining my machine or whatever it is you're doing. Hurry up. I don't care what you do as long as you give me a free game. Remember what Pirate Software did to Once Human? Fucking asshole.
Hello everyone, welcome back to another episode of the Casual Criminalist. You might notice that I'm in a different studio today, and that's because we're trying something a little bit new. Joined today by, what I hope will become a semi-regular co-host, my dear sister. Charlotte, welcome.
Hi, thanks for having me. Good to be here.
I feel like that intro was the most BBC thing ever. Welcome. And then they're like, pleasure to be here. You know. How's it going? You doing well?
I'm good. I'm good. How are you?
Very well, thank you. So the idea here is, I'm not a big one for introductions because I think as the show goes on, people will get to know you. It's more fun that way. It leaves some mystery there. And also, like, no one knows you yet. So no one, like, really cares. It's just the internet. It is how it is.
I like your honesty.
No one cares about me, and it's been 10 years of me doing this. So, but people will get to know you. It'll be fine. Reason you're here today, other than the fact you're my sister, I can't remember where I had this brainwave.
Oh,
but
cool. I don't have to do anything. Click to
work,
switch character and scenario.
And, oh no, I'd had a call with someone. I had a call with this guy.
No, I'm in.
And
Cool.
he's like, have you ever thought about a co-host for Casual Criminalist? And I was like, no, not really. That kind of sounds like a hassle. And then I was just driving home and I'm like, you know, it'd be great, a female co-host, because true crime and everything, you know, I must be the only podcast out there where it's just a dude. And then I was like, and what if we had some sort of psychologist? And then I'm like, who do I know who is a woman and a psychologist? And it's you!
Bingo!
We are gonna do the show as normal. I'm gonna read some of the script that Matt Grander has written for us. Thank you, Matt. You're gonna read the other bits. Oh, I had such a gaffe. I prepared these scripts for us, and I'm like highlighting your bits in blue and my bits in black. And then I printed out on my black and white laser printer and realized that's completely useless. So I've just drawn lines on everything. We're talking about
just
Dennis
go
Nielsen,
in.
the British
Nice.
Jeffrey Dahmer. You ready for an excitingly grim one to start off?
It's the anti-grav season.
It is. It is. I mean, you've read this before, right? We thought that would be fun if you had a look at it beforehand, and I still go into it cold.
Yeah. I had to have a few breaks because I was like, oh gosh, this is heavy.
I was saying to you before we started recording, like sometimes, like everyone always sees it pieced together, and maybe sometimes I'll be wearing like a different shirt or a different jacket, and that's usually because I went home. It's like I just can't. I just need like a little break. I need to go home and have a beer, and then come back to this the next day, where I've like recharged my misery batteries. 1978 to 1991, Jeffrey Dahmer, the Milwaukee cannibal, caused panic all throughout Milwaukee, Wisconsin, leaving 17 victims in his wake. He targeted exclusively men,
Endless
once he could
dream.
lure back to his apartment for sex, before killing them, dissolving their bodies, bleaching their bones, and at times devouring the remaining flesh. Brilliant start. We've done Jeffrey Dahmer, and it's grim. Like I think it was Jeffrey Dahmer who kept like the heads of his victims in the fridge and stuff, so like he could sexually assault them later, and it's just like, Jesus Christ, Jeffrey Dahmer. Eventually he was caught, and then he died behind bars. And this is something we say regularly on this show. Oh no! But not before leaving behind a legacy of blood and of misery. To this day, he's considered to be one of the most infamous serial killers in United States history. So, how about we talk about his United Kingdom counterpart? Like Dahmer, he was lonely, and like Dahmer, he craved love and companionship from the men he seduced in bars or lured off the streets with promises of sex and or drink. This was
I'm gonna start over.
Who had killed at least a dozen men and boys, all because he didn't want them to leave him. I'm not sure I follow the logic there, mate. It's like, don't leave me. Unless it's permanent. Like, what are you thinking? By the way, often in these episodes, I have these things where I'm like, oh no, I'm trying to get my head around why this is happening. And then you realize, I'm trying to get my head around someone who just isn't thinking right. And it's like, why would you think this? And it's like, oh, you don't forget, he's very broken. He's a very broken person.
But I get what you're saying, and sometimes there is no logical reason, but I think in this case, as you read on, or as we read on, it does make a little bit more sense. There's somewhat sense behind it.
There's 2 episodes which I've like been like, oh, I get it. I understand why you're a sick fuck. And it's like, I think both of the episodes, as a kid, they were just like chill, normal, having a good ass time. And then I think both of them fell off a swing and got hit by the swing in the head afterwards, and then just became like, oh no, I need to devour the flesh of my fellow man. And it's like, holy shit. So I was like, okay, I get it. Yeah, something's wrong with your brain. There you go, like physically something happened. Anyway, As the darkness engulfs us once again, let's jump over the ponds. Well, Matt will. I mean, actually, none of us are in the UK. You and I, of course, are both British. Matt's American, but you live in the Middle East.
Okay.
I live in Prague. We've all abandoned our roots.
You live in Prague?
You're used to it. As the darkness engulfs us, let's jump over the ponds and talk about one of England's worst and most depraved monsters. This is the twisted story of Dennis Nilsson, the kindly killer. Oh gosh. Have you... Sorry, you're about to take your section. Can I just ask before we get into it?
Please
Before
pause.
you read this,
You're not
have you
letting me
heard it?
actually do
No.
it. Please,
Have you-
please pause this. Hello?
So,
Hey, kitty. Yeah, you can hear her voice, huh? Sorry about that. Got a phone call. You're playing in death game mode. Good. You're only safe after sleeping. What? No, I don't want to call anybody. Shut up. So Samco, but I want to go see his daughter to sell or to trade books.
I hope Cora doesn't get too much underfoot.
Nope, she's an asset more than you, Samco.
Books. I guess it is. Do you have more books, or can you... My book allowance is all gone. So, books?
Hey, don't let her con you out of more credits.
Dad, this is between... Oh,
Well, now you done it.
yeah. Now the important question. And please don't... Veggies?
They are part of a balance.
Then you eat them. I have decided that I will stay. I seem to have...
No, we have book business. Come back. No.
Have any new books for me?
I do.
Okay.
Notes. We have A Tale of Two Cities, Carry of the Cosmos, Chunks Employee Handbook, Frankenstein, Moby Dick, Objects of Quantum 7, Quantum 8, Original Aquila City Charter, and The Prince.
Thanks so much.
16 XP, not bad.
Sure.
Good, and I can just dump books on her.
See you later.
Yep, no problem. So, I forget what I'm doing right now. I need other benches, I think. Like the spacesuit workbench. Yeah, like right there. Yeah, like a little bit back, maybe in the corner a little bit. Like this. There's enough room for it. And then I want to sell to a terminal, but the terminal isn't here. Outpost material terminal. I want the really big screen. Yeah, that thing. But can I put it like right here? Oh no, I guess it like. So what happened to that? Didn't I guess I had that, but. Okay, there's one there, and I want one up here too. I don't know. Maybe that thing's... There's the Z Ogre. Oh, that's that person. Galactic Pawn Shop. Galactic Pawn Shop takes aluminum. I don't have aluminum. Let's see if putting down the
There is no
and before I do this, so yeah, I have a good save. I have a good save. So I want to put down the what's it called? The gun range. Yeah, the range entrance, but I'm out of aluminum, which is like, I can't do anything. I'll have to go by aluminum, which is so annoying. I'm in Nira and I'm doing something, but I don't really care. I'll go buy aluminum, I guess, which is so dumb. So go buy aluminum in, you know, I saw a lot of aluminum in, what was it, Neon, which is in Volai. Yeah, in Volai there was a mining place that was worth going to. Hey, kitty, what's on your mind? You okay? Yeah, I'm here too. Yeah, you okay? Yeah? Well, I'm here. I'm your friend. What's up, buddy? Why can't we do anything? Oh, maybe because I'm docked. Am I docked right now? Yeah, I'm probably docked. Hey! No, I'm not docked. You just won't leave? Why won't you leave? You will leave. Hi, kitty. Hey. Yeah, you have enough room to sit down. Go ahead. Hi. Hello. Oh, purr. You're so special. I love you. You and me, we got a good thing going, kitty. You don't expect too much from me, and I don't expect too much from you. We're doing pretty good here, I would say. Neon. She's a good kitty. Oh, yeah, I like her. She's a good kitty. Let's rub her nose. Yeah. I love the kitty. Pretty kitty. Pretty kitty. Pretty kitty, pretty kitty. Pretty kitty, pretty kitty, pretty kitty. Space time. Put that on E. No, maybe I want space-time on mouse 4, actually. Can I download cloud settings? I think they changed how melee works. Ooh, I love this game. It's so graphically beautiful. Especially with the DLSS. It is not lagging my clients at all. I wonder if it plays well with others. I don't know. Maybe if I put it down to medium. Okay, can't get kicked out of Starfield here. We are going back to Volai. Yes, to Nyancore. Jump. Go to Nyancore, kitty.
Please maintain your current course while we scan your ship.
I have contraband. I do? Wait. I don't want to do that then. I want to go out to, before you say anything, we'll just go out and dump in the box. Hi, kitty. She is pretty kitty. We'll go out to Piazzi. 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 No, you always do that. I hate that. And then over here. Outpost. Land. This game doesn't ever lock you out, right? I don't think so anyway. Game settings, right? So
Use
more
caution
guidance.
when approaching any creatures we may encounter in this region.
Camera distance should be low. Camera height should be high. Yeah, and camera autofollow should be on. Yes, I want the Cool, you can auto take stuff? Sweet. The watchtower thing's kind of annoying. Unprocessed Aurora. Okay, so now what? Now I go back to this place, yeah. Which was this planet? I think Cydonia, wasn't it? I don't know. Or I was on Valai or something, I really don't know.
You are likely the most interesting being in this region, Captain.
Cool, I didn't realize how fast that was. You could just warp to the fucking thing instantly. Why couldn't we just land here? Goddamn, looks so good. I don't know if it needs to be on very high. We could turn it down. Yep, that way it doesn't like drain my fucking computer totally. Okay, much better.
Of all we encounter in life, dreams are the most beautiful. Warm afternoons, childhood pleasures, happy memories. These are the sensations that emerge when your mind reaches the depths of REM sleep. Dreams are how the brain processes real-world information. You could say dreams are a repetition of reality. Dreams are reality.
Today's program is a dream tailored just for you. Please repeat the following after me.
I dreamt that the world was waking up. Self-perception cannot be trusted. Golden gavel something. Reality is a cancer upon sleep. Reality is an illusion. Truth is a simulation, a delusion. Reason is a useless something or another. When you dream, there's no dream. Dreams are reality reincarnated. So you can tell they're at least trying. I like Once Human.
All that we see, or seem to see, is a dream within a dream. Good night.
Okay. What does that mean? I've never known what this game means. I've never known. Okay, stop. So I need like 3 hawthorn juice, yep. And then 2 roasted hawthorns. Nice. Ship. Looks awesome though. Some ship took off. Oh, I have to go all the way in this terrible place again. I hate this terrible places. There's some kind of like shortcut. I don't want to go through this whole stupid dungeon again. Can't you just like connect me to the fucking guy or whatever? I've done this so many times. I don't want to go through all of that. Can't you just like cut me through down here or something? There's a chest I missed. Let's go get blend. no amp at all. Wow, they added Beastmaster class. It's like running an obstacle course just to get to this NPC.